Hello again, I am Jim Bob and welcome back to our 2013 mod playthrough here on F1 Manager 24, and tonight it's the start of Season 2. We have had a horrific first season. Can we turn things around this year and start pushing our way back to the top? Let's find out as we head into the season. So hello again, how you doing? I am Jim Bob and welcome to F1 Manager 24 and the 2013 mod. Decked out tonight in my Michael Schumacher hat, and we'll switch that for the official team hat later. So as to not show favouritism to any particular driver, he says, wearing a Schumacher hat. But the team hat is a Jensen hat, so it kind of balances out. Had to stay where it's supposed to without falling off the shelf. There we go. Fun and games. Right, so yeah, here we are at the start of year 2. I've had to run a couple of scripts to make sure that a lot of staff that were automatically retired were unretired, and on top of that I've also had to do a little bit of jiggery pokery in the editor as well to balance out performance a little bit. Caterham were by far and away the strongest team in terms of both expertise and their car here on day 1 of the year, which this is the year they went bust. So had to dial them back a bit. I haven't completely crippled them, but I have dialed them back a bit. I've dialed back a couple of the teams a little bit as well. 2014 was the start of a new regulations period. We haven't completely modelled that, so excuse me, there is a little bit of carryover from last year, but it's not a full 2014 rebuild, and it's not a straight 2013 carryover. There's a little bit of play in between there. I've not touched the engines. I've left the engines alone as they were. So all I've done is I've gone in and just made a couple of little updates for what did happen in 2014. So Marussia, I've moved over to Ferrari from Renault. In fact, no, was it Cosworth? I think they might have had Cosworth engines before that. And I've moved them over to Ferrari engines. I've checked everybody else, made sure they're using the same engines. I've moved Force India over to Mercedes because they started using Mercedes in 2014. And I've updated 2 of the liveries as well, one of which is a paid mod from Little Onion. It's the Martini Williams livery, but the other one is available for free on Overtake, and it is JD's Sahara mod for Force India, which basically is a slight tweaking, a slight reimagining of their 2014 livery. So they're in the mod list down below, so you can check all those out. There's links to everything there, and let's crack on, shall we? Evening, Dino. Evening, Eric. Good to see you guys. Hello to everyone else who's lurking in the chat as well. As always, please do feel free to ask any questions and say hello, and I'll see what I can do to answer those questions for you. Eric, you have a question. Go ahead. What is your question? So here we are at the start of 2014. January the 1st, we've got our car report. You can see that some of the gains that we've made, not massive in some areas, apart from tyre wear. We stuck so much research into tyre wear. We've made a really big gain there. Everything else has dipped ever so slightly. So, yeah, definitely got some work to do to build that back up again. But apart from that, it's all going pretty well. We've got new staff this year as well. Alan Permain joined us last year, as did Nicholas Hennell. This year we have Adrian Newey as our technical director, so that could make things very exciting. We've got a new ATR period available. These are the hours that we'll have for this period based on where we finished in the championship last year, which was 5th. And here are the allocations. So you can see we finished 5th, very much mid-pack, not even close to Lotus, but a long way ahead of Sauber, who were 2nd. and Toro Rosso, who are 6th, and Toro Rosso, who are 7th. Force India, who I was expecting to be a little higher up, ended up down in 9th, but I think part of that is down to the resurgence we saw, or the surge of Caterham that we saw last year, where they just shot right up the table. And I've also found out just why it was so hard for us to try and keep pace last year, and that's because everything was set to absolute brutal difficulty inside the editor. So we were never, ever going to have any chance of performing better than we were. I have dialed those back to normal and then changed the lightweight parts on building parts and designing parts, so that they will get a little bit, of a boost in that respect. But yeah, dial back the brutal aspects back to normal. So Eric's question is, playing on standard right now, it seems a little too easy. If you change to hard setting on race but not development, what will the AI do on a hard race setting? They generally push a little bit harder, but there are a couple of tracks where standard they probably perform a little bit better. It's based on tyre wear, but they will generally be more aggressive with their pace on hard. So that is something to keep in mind. Just need to readjust the tightness of my cap slightly. It's a little too tight. Oh, there we go. That's much more comfortable. Evening, Wayne. Do I have the right mods installed? Yes, I do. I checked them late last night / early this morning. Actually, about 6 o'clock this morning, I think it was in the end. So yeah, the mods are all checked, and I did a little test on a couple of things as well. Everything seems to be okay. There is an email from our new technical chief, Adrian Newey, letting us know that design and manufacture is now available. And an overview of our pit crew degradation over the Christmas period and New Year, etc., from Alan Permain. You can see we've actually lost quite a bit on front and rear jacks and car release. Same here as well. Not too much on the car setup, but speed we've definitely lost a step there as well. So evening, Mike. You can't keep up. Aston Martin file them back to the 2013 mod. Yeah, we'll be back on Mondays and Tuesdays will be our 2013, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday will be our 2026. So that's kind of the run plan. Right. We've got sponsor negotiations to take care of as well, and we have $6 million of debt carried over from last year. So let's have a look at the packages we have available. We've got a race day package, which will give us a very big injection of race day funds. We've got a balance package to give us a bit of everything. So you can see there 18.5, 22 and 22. And we also have an engagement package, which hasn't selected. There we go. That'll give us 10 mil, 15 mil and 38 mil. I think we'll initially look at that one. We do need to get some money in right at the beginning because we've got to clear that debt. That'll give us about 4.5 mil after we've cleared that 6 mil. Let's see what we have. We've got a 4-star upfront package. That'll give us a nice little extra boost of cash. We'll definitely take that. Plus, it comes with a staff performance rating. 3 guided tour mandatories, but will boost a facility. Not sure which one. It never actually tells us. We'll have to figure that out later. Race day packages. We've only got the one, so we're going to need to take that. That's only 25 mil. And then we've got a few, quite a lot actually, of balanced packages. Definitely going to want that one for another facility getting a boost. Let's take this one for a wind tunnel hire. And another upfront engagement boost. And then I guess this one as well. Our total funding will come to 108.7 mil. And that's a decent little spread. We'll get a nice good chunk for engagement. So that'll be every sort of 6 weeks or so, starting from mid to late February. That we'll get our first payment through from them. We'll get 31.5 mil on race day engagement, and we'll have an upfront payment of 22.9 mil. That'll clear our debt and give us a good little bit of cash to start getting upgrades and stuff along the way. We do have, if memory serves, some refurbing still going on. Let's take a quick look and have a look. So we're a month away there. We're a month away there. 20 days away there. Our suspension sim now needs a refurb. How long will that take? 20 days. It's gone today, look. I'm going to have to move forward 1 day. So we're not going to do any development in January. We're going to wait until February to get started, simply because we want to get our boosts back up to normal. That feels a little short-sighted. Maybe we should get a couple done. But maybe not very, very expensive ones. So, yeah, we'll do that. That's at 80%. That's at 77%. So the factory is going to need some TLC soon. Take a look at our staff facilities. Our race simulator needs a refurb. That's 2 mil. Might do that now. Weather center, I'm not too concerned about the weather center yet. Boardroom's good. Hospitality's good. Helipad's going to go soon. We can leave that until we're ready to go to our first Grand Prix or just before. Tour center's good. Memorabilia room's good. So we'll have a think about that. Let's take a quick look at the staff situation. We need to figure out what we're going to put Mr. Nui on. My guess would be front wing, rear wing, and then something along with those. Maybe the chassis. It feels ironic that of all the things here that we're going to train him on, it's aero principles. Considering the man has a wind tunnel on his head, that probably seems like the one thing that he wouldn't need that for, but there you go. We could go with grip and traction, but the chassis is slightly worse than the suspension. And then the wings are separated out on other ones. So yeah, we'll go with aero principles. That seems to be the most logical there. Let's take a look at Nicholas Hennell, see if we need to change him. He's still unbalanced. I could have sworn we put him on something last year. Let's put him on downforce. Let's take a check-in with Alan Permain. He's still on innovation, training and processes. I am going to move that over to training and leadership, I think. Yeah. Let's check our drivers. Haven't touched our driver stats. So they are straight carryover. Jensen are still on driver development. Let's take a look at the breakdown. Overtaking depending on reactions, getting a boost would be a good thing. That might be a little better. So it's going to be wheel to wheel. Or race strategy. Driving standards. Get that control a little higher. Had a couple of moments last year, did old Jensen. So maybe train those out of him if we can. Let's take a look at Schumacher. Wow, he's on an average development rate. Okay. That is a surprise. Let's take a look. wet track, maybe, for the control smoothness and accuracy. His reactions are slow. Maybe we should focus on that. I'm not sure which one to go for. I think I'm going to put him on wet track. Phil Prue, let's see if we can change his training now. 91's there. No, we'll leave him on that. Second year of partnership with Schumacher. Tom Stallard into a great relationship now with Jensen. Let's get to car analysis with that one. Let's check in with our affiliates. Tom Blomqvist has joined us this season. We signed him last year to help fill a gap with staff getting pinched from by Mercedes. So this is our total driver pool now. Oliver Turvey, Nick De Vries, Ben Barnicoat, Tom Blomqvist, and Schumacher Jr., who's just going to be on driver training. Let's take a look at Blomqvist. He's 20 years old. Should probably leave him on driver development. Ben Barnicoat, 17 years old. We definitely want him in young driver training. Nick De Vries, 18 years old. We've got him on marketability. Yeah. And Oliver Turvey, 26 years old. He is also on marketability. We want him on driver development because we don't have anybody else there yet. We could probably do with actually adding one extra person in there. So let's take a look at the driver market. So one of the downsides of a load of drivers getting retired and then having to run the script to unretire them again is that unfortunately it has reset their stats to 0. So as you can see, there's quite a lot of drivers who are basically now ruled out for the future. It's a bit of a shame, but it is what it is, unfortunately. Massa is in free agency, and for some reason he has got the wrong head. Okay. Again, that might be a side effect of retiring and unretiring. Andre Lotterer has announced his retirement. Timo Glock is available. Let's scout Timo. Looking at getting people in for development. Max Chilton was retired and unretired, which is why Max Chilton's head is now this weird AI image. Not sure who that's supposed to be. Sebastian Buemi is still there. Lietzi. Guido van der Gaard has a very unusual headshot there. Kind of looks a little bit like Bill Hader. We'll take a scout of van der Gaard. Might be able to get him in to do some development work for us. Charles Peak, again, headshot has gone. Rubens Barrichello is going back into retirement again, and that is not his headshot. Nick Heidfeld. Scout Nick Heidfeld. Petrov. Fabio Lima. Ambrosio. I don't want to hire... That's not Valseki's headshot. I don't want to hire... people that could still find their way onto the grid. Let's take a look at Fizzy. We're out of contract. Not out of contract, out of scouts. We'll keep an eye on Fizzy. There we go. We can untick Tom Blomqvist now that we've signed him. Maybe that's why it won't let me untick him. Fun. Evelyn Harvey, brilliant from Kimi again yesterday. The kid is special. Oh, yeah. He was phenomenal yesterday. We will get into that in a bit. But, yeah, what a absolutely phenomenal performance from Kimi Antonelli yesterday. Superb stuff. Right, let's get the pit crew training in. Got a bit of ground to make up. As you can see, our stats have declined a bit. We're going to start with some very heavy pace training. Yeah, Antonelli is absolutely a generational talent, I think. Or at least a generational talent in the making. He's got a lot of really, really raw potential. And we are seeing him going through a bit of a purple patch right now. However, let's see whether he can sustain that when he starts getting the pressure of leading the World Championship hit him a bit more towards the end of the season. We saw Oscar, I don't want to say flake a little, but his form dipped a little bit in the second half of last season, combined with the resurgence of Norris, which really changed things up very much against Oscar in the standings. So let's heap all the praise in the world on Kimi right now, but let's also just keep in mind that he is still only 19 years old, and let's see how he does in a few months' time when there's a few more races under his belt, and maybe he might have had a couple of bad results, and let's see whether he can keep that going. I mean, if he just keeps winning and winning and winning, this would be the most sensational season ever. It really would. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Right, it's time to start working on skills a little bit. Fatigue's actually pretty high still, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to start working on skills a little earlier, just to take a little bit of that extra pressure off from running so many days continuously. There we go. That helps tremendously. What are we up to? fatigue is at 16% going into the weekend. And then start of the final week, we're at 8%. Car building has improved. It's starting to catch back up to our main stats again. Bring in that mistake chance down. Bringing that estimated pit stop time down again as well, just over 2.4 seconds. And we'll end the month at 23%. Yeah, that's not a bad month's training. There we go. Right. So we're still on day 1 already. Let's get a couple of upgrades started. Nothing too significant. But as you can see, we need a lot of downforce. Really need a lot of downforce. So, I guess we also need to sort out the tyre wear a bit better. Actually, the tyre wear is looking very nice, actually. That really has carried over into this car, hasn't it? Go back and have a look again. Yeah, it's still down there though. It's still 15th. So I think if we get an underfloor and a suspension as our first 2 upgrades and leave it at that for the first month, let the other I suppose actually no. I mean, we'll save the wings because they're expensive. We'll save them till the thing's done. I don't want to burn all my money right now, though. That's the thing. I'm not sure how much I'm going to get against wages. So, because we're coming in with a season where we would have finished 2nd or 3rd the previous year to that kind of prize money last year to having finished 5th last year and getting less prize money this year. So I'm not sure exactly what our wage to, break even point is going to be. I don't want to spend all my money and then suddenly find we're losing money every month. So we'll get a suspension done. We're going to go intense. No, that's not what I want. I'll stay unbalanced on that. Maybe just a little extra tweak on the tyres. Need to take the weight off of that. Let's go down to that. This is where we want to go intense. There we go. That's 3 mil. We're going to go intense on an underfloor, and because we are really short on downforce, that was one of our big Achilles heels last year, and we didn't really do a lot to address that with research, because we focused on trying to sort out the tyre wear, which we never really got the chance to upgrade at all. We're going to really focus very heavily on downforce here at the start of the year, so we want to bump these sliders up a couple each and take some weight off. Go down to a 2.4 all the way to the bottom on that slider. Give us a nice little bit of extra downforce there, and then again we want to go intense and really get that extra expertise, so the next underfloor should hopefully be even better. And that leaves me with 10.8 mil, and I am wondering whether or not to do one more, but I'm going to resist the temptation, because we've got to pay to build those parts in a month's time when they're ready, and we want to get upgrades started in a month when our refurbs are done. And we still won't know exactly how much money we're going to have until we get to February. So, did I start that? No, I didn't. I've got to go one day and get that done as well, haven't I? There we go. Now I should be able to do that. So that's another 2.5 mil gone. So we're down to 8 mil. So I'm glad I didn't go for a third part. But then all of these should be ready around about the same time now, which is quite nice. Right, let's dive into the emails. Let's take a look at the GP3 roster. Some of these images are going to be wrong now. But here is that headshot looks very much like Latifi. A young Latifi, I might be wrong. We've got Michael Schumacher there. Yeah, some of these headshots are going to be wrong, just because of the unretiring process. There's another Bill Hader lookalike. The GP2 roster. I mean, Brendan Hartley was never the best looking guy in the world, but with that haircut, it just, play to your strengths, son. And here we go then with the Formula One lineup for 2014. Yeah, this was the big shock. Pastor Maldonado moving to Red Bull to replace Mark Webber, who retired at the end of the year. I still can't quite get over that. Pastor Maldonado alongside Sebastian Vettel in the Red Bull. That's crazy. Also, a bit of a shock. Paul di Resta going to Mercedes to partner up with Lewis Hamilton to replace Nico Rosberg, who's gone to Ferrari. Ferrari with the strongest lineup this year, with Fernando Alonso and Nico Rosberg. That is a hell of a lineup. Lotus lineup is Senna and Sutil. Very interesting lineup there. I'm not expecting huge things from Senna. Or Sutil for that matter, but I mean it's a pretty decent car, but I think they're going to struggle without Raikkonen. Over to us, I think we have maybe the second strongest lineup with Schumacher and Jensen. I mean, you could argue maybe these guys or these guys, if you know, it's very heavily skewed on one side of that lineup though for both of those teams. Sauber have got Hulkenberg and Grosjean. Toro Rosso have Gutierrez and Ricciardo. Jules Bianchi has gone to Caterham alongside Sergio Perez, who's made his way onto the grid after a year off. And then Marcus Ericsson will partner up with Valtteri Bottas at Williams, with Massa in retirement. Jaime Alguersuari alongside Kimi Raikkonen at Force India. Raikkonen moving to Force India was a big shock. And then Robert Wickens and Jean-Eric Verne are the lineup for Marussia. An improved driver lineup over the previous season. Can they move their car up a little bit? I don't know. The world is not ready for crash there. Yeah, that scares me, him being in a car that good. But at the same time, it's also potentially a blessing in disguise for us, because given how erratic he is, there's a good chance that he will hit everybody out of the way for us and maybe open up one or two spots in front of us, you know, in a Grand Prix, either by taking himself and somebody else out, or essentially doing that, you know, taking himself out or somebody else out, or both. So, that will be very, very interesting to see. Right, we are going to advance time a bit because there's not much else we can do now. Wait for the scout reports. There they are. Let's take a look at Nick Heidfeld. Some pretty good stats. He would make a good development driver, I think. Let's take a look at Timo Glock. Would also make a very good development driver. Those stats pretty solid. And Van der Gaards could also make a good development driver, but might be able to get back on the grid. He's not that old yet. So let's have a look at Timo Glock and Nick Heidfeld. Their age might also mean that we could get them slightly cheaper, perhaps. Let's see what he wants on a 3-year affiliate deal. I'm just going to offer him that and see if he comes for that. I doubt he will, but you never know. And who was the other driver? It was Nick Heidfeld, wasn't it? Let's take a look at Nick Heidfeld. Very open to negotiating. We'll offer him a 4-year deal. No, a 3-year deal. And again, we'll just go with that and see where we go from there. There will be some renegotiating, I'm sure, but probably not that much, I would imagine. Could end up with 2 solid drivers in our testing pool for a pretty cheap wage, all things told. So 8.3 mil in the bank, 66 days to Melbourne. We've got parts now being developed. We've got stuff going through refurbishment. Not a lot to do now until the end of the month. So we're going to advance time and take a quick break. Okay, our CFD refurb is done. We've still got more facilities to get refurbed, 3 more to be precise. Ah, would you look at that? Timo Glock, just happy to have a job. He will accept 3 seasons at 100,000. That's fantastic. Welcome to the team, Timo. Let's immediately press you into service. Car development. There you go. There's our suspension sim. 2 facilities to go. Alan from Maine goes up to an 89 overall. I thought he was an 89 already. Okay. Still no word from Nick Heidfeld. Ah, there he goes. And he is happy to just have a job as well. 100k for 3 seasons. Why are you charging me more than that? Acknowledge. Should check that with Timo, actually. We shouldn't be paying anything at all, you see. Yeah. No contract break for. He doesn't have a contract with anyone, so. Right. So what is Nick's? Ooh, Nick's marketing facility is very nice. We're going to put him on car development though. There we go. So we now have a full lineup of car development drivers in Timo, Heidfeld, and I think, was it Ollie Turvey? No, Turvey's developing as a driver. I swore I put him on something else. Let's put Turvey on... yeah. There we go. Very odd. How long will I keep Michael? Until his contract expires. So this season and next season, and then he's gone from the game. Nick de Vries is on commercial because he's got a really high marketability. So he's my commercial driver. There we go. Now we're locked out on car development. So for some reason, I thought I'd actually set Ollie Turvey on car development, and it turns out I hadn't. But now I have. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 drivers there, and then we've got 3 young drivers who are all improving. 2 of them in GP2, Mick too young to do GP3. How old is he now? He's only 14. Let's see. 2 more facilities. There's the design center. 1 more day, and we'll have the final one done. There we go. It's the wind tunnel, and we are now just a day away from the end of the month. How have our affiliates improved? Mick has gained a couple of points there, a point there, a couple of points there. Point in braking for Tom. Nick de Vries hasn't improved, but he's doing commercial training rather than driver training, so no surprise there. Ben Barnacote's gained a point in cornering, 3 points in defending, and a point in accuracy. And these guys have literally just joined us. Ollie Turvey didn't gain anything. Main drivers, any changes? Nope, they stay exactly as they were. There we go. We're at 8.7 mil. So, looks like we're just about breaking even every month. We're not losing money, but we're not making money every month. We gained, what, maybe 100k? If that, maybe not even that, because are we on a Monday? Let's see where we are on the calendar. Oh no, we're on a Saturday. Yeah, I don't think we're actually making any money at all. Maybe, like I said, maybe 100k a month. So at least now we've got a rough idea where we stand financially on a month-by-month basis. That might be slightly worse next month as well, because say we just hired 2 new drivers, didn't we? Albeit on a pittance. Right, let's take everything out. Let's have a look where we are. Let's start with... in fact, let's save myself a little bit of clicking here. There we go. Let's take this day out. There's a 16. And make that a day of car building. There we go, down to 14. Start of a new week. We're going to go on to split training. And then we'll do 2 days of car building. We'll get that caught up this month. Don't want to train any one set area of skill over the others, which is why I'm making sure that they're all imbalanced. A couple more days of car building. And there we go, that's almost caught back up again now. So we're at 70 on our skills and 69 on the car building. Estimated pit stop time now 2.3 seconds. Chance of a mistake down to about 10%. Everything's definitely coming together nicely. In fact, we actually get it under 10%. Another day of car building there, and we end the month at 9.91% chance of mistakes. That's come down quite nicely. 2.37 seconds for pit stop times, and our car building now as close as can be to actually matching up with our skill stats, which is nice. Right. How long till our designs are ready? 2 days. Right, we're going to go into the warehouse and we're going to actually have a look at a couple of parts in a little bit more detail now. We normally do this with every part, but we knew we had some definite deficiencies that we wanted to address, and we just jumped on those straight away. So let's start then with the chassis. Drag and airflow are issues, but DRS is pretty good. Engine's okay. No, I haven't given up on Aston Martin Manager. That's back on Wednesday. I just wanted to get season 2 of our 2013 playthrough going. We're going to be juggling 2 episodes of this a week and 3 episodes of the other series a week. Let's take a look at the front wing. Low and high speed are bad. Medium's pretty decent. Rear wing. Again, downforce a big issue. This time, low and high are better than the medium. So the wings need some love, and the rear wing needs more love than the front. Side pods isn't too bad. So let's get a rear wing designed, I think, as the next part. This will be expensive, this one. If we go intense at any rate. There we go. It's going to eat up most of my money, and we can't afford to get another one done now because we've got to pay for the projects that are about to finish when we put them into manufacturing. So that's it for upgrades for the start of the year, I think, until we get our first payment through from the sponsors. Schumacher Jr. goes up a bit. Phil Prue goes up a point. Our suspension is done, and so is our underfloor. Let's start building those. $1.5 mil to build 4 underfloors, and $1.2 mil to build some suspensions. There we go. Right, so the rest of February is going to be pretty quiet. Tom Stallard gets a boost up to 88. Ben Barnicoat up to a 67. Adrian Newey's got better, up to a 97. And here we go. Our sponsor review plan. This will set the targets for the next 6 weeks to give us a nice injection of cash. So let's see. We've got a guided tour for an absolute pittance, 3.3 well, a third of a million, basically, 333k. But we will be on for about 6.8 with engagements. Let's get Nick de Vries doing something, because he'll give us that little bit of a bonus, an extra 400 points. It's really not moving the needle that much, though, is he? Let's get the factory involved. Let's get Nick Heidfeld involved. I might have to involve both of my main drivers. I'm going to have to involve Schumacher, I think. That or involve. No, I'm going to need 2 engineers, and I'm going to need Michael. All right, there we go. Didn't want to put Michael in, but I need to make sure that we clear the line and buy a decent little amount to carry over into next month. So we'll begin that, and we'll be looking at around about 7.1 mil in 6 weeks' time, which isn't too bad. Isn't too bad. Right, they're complaining about the car because I just saw that on the email. So let's fit the first of our upgraded parts. Let's have a look. See what difference we've made to the car with these upgrades. So a little bit of speed, about 0.4 kilometers an hour. A couple of points of acceleration there. A little bit, a tiny little bit. Actually, no, it's not a tiny little bit. An okay amount on low speed. Not bad amount on the medium. High speed has gained probably the most out of the downforce areas. And then dirty air's gone up by about 3%. Tyre wear's gone up by another 6.2%. Very nice. Taking a little bit of weight out of the car. Not a bad first round of upgrades with a couple more, well, one more still to come. Let's fit them on Jensen's car now so he doesn't get grumpy. Do have more parts, you know, more spares coming. There we go. We're going to be getting close to pre-season testing now. Alright, something in the inbox. Oh, it's the end of February already. Okay, that went quick. So another 3 points in cornering for Schumacher, 2 points in adaptability, a point for Blomqvist in accuracy. Ben Barnicoat's gained a point in braking, 2 points in overtaking, 2 points in defending. Nick de Vries has gained a point in overtaking. Our other drivers have gained nothing. And any change to our main drivers? No. Yeah, not that expected. Crew training as we move into March and the beginning of the season. So we're going to strip this out. Carrying a little bit of fatigue over, but nothing too serious. Evening, Daniel. I'm actually going to make those full-on speed training days. There we go. Perfect. Here we go. Just the one Grand Prix in the month of March. And then we've got a 3-week break, it would look like, until we go to the next round. So we're going to go back into split training again. Try and whip this crew into shape ASAP before we get too in the weeds in the season. Go. Okey-dokey. And then we can get some training done here as well. There we go. So we'll finish the month with 18% fatigue. That's a nice amount to carry over to the next month. We'll have a 9.19% of a mistake chance now. Getting that down even further. 2.349 on estimated pit stops. Car building now on par with our training skills, which is good as well. There we go. Very happy with that month of training. So yeah, Adrian Newey up to a 97 now. My engineering team is a little high because we've just given up 2. So let's trim that down to 4. Save 26 grand. We've got a new ATR period. Go. That's our 2 spare underfloors and our 2 spare suspensions now done. Schumacher goes up again. So it's a brand new season. We're not going to read that because it's the same thing every single year. But we will take a look at this. The post-season testing results, or post-Bahrain testing results. Looking very quick in speed. Best acceleration. DRS, okay. Downforce is still absolutely abysmal. We really need to work on that. Tyre wear is now mid-pack, as is our engine cooling. Confirmation of our sponsor package. Got our rear wing. Can I squeeze one of these in? No, we're 2 days away. Actually, I'll get one in time for qualifying. You know, we don't want to favour one driver over the other too much. Let's just build 4, and we'll have them for the next Grand Prix. Alright, so it is now race weekend time. We have made it to the 14th of March 2014, not 2025. Let's take a quick gander, shall we, at the forecast. It's going to be hot, clear weather. Looks like we might have a little bit of rain on Saturday, which could spice up qualifying. Then overcast, maybe, but temperature-wise, definitely a lot warmer than today. So, yeah, we'll see how that goes. Let's set some targets. Let's see what the targets are at the moment. We're 9th in terms of performance on the grid. Let's go with 9th, 10th, and we'll go with 11th. And with that, we are just about ready. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to head into Melbourne.
It's wonderful to be back down under for the Australian Grand Prix. The beginning of a brand new Formula One season. Every team, every driver, whether rookies or champions, all start here on zero, ahead of another year's battle for glory. Williams are taking a gamble this weekend on a new driver, but you have to ask, will it pay off? Let's see what the weekend has in store.
So, got the team hat on now. Let's see how we do. It is pre-season time. So, I'm not going to set a setup at all. I'm just going to leave it blank because we're going to be doing quite a bit of running today. So, we'll let them do an initial run, get some feedback in and call them straight in. And then we'll go from there and try and decipher the setup window. Let's just make sure they've got enough laps. I think it's 20 laps around here, but we'll go with 18 just to be sure. We're going to change their settings. Engine wise, we are at the same limitations we had last year. 3 engines, 2 ERS units and 4 gearboxes. Except we're actually going to have that as the official regs. Last year it was supposed to be 6 of each, and we only got what we've got now, 3, 2 and 4. So we're done with Schumacher's car. Let's get Jensen's car underway as well. There we go. And we'll hit the track, and you'll be able to see the 2 new liveries that we're running this year. I've also got our icon colour updated to a sort of silvery grey colour as well, so that we're easier to distinguish from Ferrari this time. Let's make sure we're avoiding curbs. There we go. Let's get Michael out.
So no risk on the curbs.
In the PR. Ooh, has Carlos Sainz made the switch over to Mercedes? So we've got somebody in at Ferrari. Gasly. Looks like he's getting a run out at Red Bull. I think that's Carlos Sainz. Not sure who that is. No, that's Robert Wickens, isn't it? And Van der Gaard. No, Jean-Luc Verne, sorry. So full lineup there, full lineup there, full lineup there. Gutierrez and Ricciardo, that's the normal lineup. Hulkenberg and Hartley. So Hartley's left Mercedes. As we've had our first mistake, and it's Checo.
Oh, we've had a crash.
Oh, he's crashed. I thought he'd just gone wide. Welcome back to Formula One, Checo. So yeah, Brendan Hartley's moved from Mercedes over to Sauber in their reserve program. We've got Alguersuari and is that Giovinazzi? Let's have a look. Oh, it's Balthazar. There we go. So that's the Ferrari rookie I didn't recognise. It is Carlos Sainz. And it is Antonio Giovinazzi. Look at that. Fantastic. All right. Let's speed him up a little bit, shall we? So, yeah, what a strange Monaco Grand Prix. Very quiet for big chunks of it, and then just with the penalty situation, very weird. So many cars getting pulled up to pit lane speeding. It's such a rarity to see it like that. There are rumours, well, not rumours, there are theories rolling around that because the exit of the pit lane was on a shallower angle than it was last year, maybe that's the reason that was catching people out. I think maybe the inline was slightly shallower as well. So again, the total distance is slightly less than it was last year. Maybe that's what's caught some teams out with their software, perhaps. It was mostly Mercedes-powered cars that got it wrong. George Russell speculated that maybe Mercedes had got something wrong in their software. And then what a complete fuck up for George's pit crew. A 5-second penalty, which they didn't serve. Half the pit crew decided they were going to serve it, the other half didn't, and so it never got served, and that was a drive-through in the end. And then George backing the pack up so brutally on that restart. My immediate thought was petulance. And then I thought maybe he's just trying to create a bit of space that he might be able to try and catch back up, by breaking any kind of aerodynamic slipstreams to cars in front, drop them away from the fast cars so that gives him more of a chance to try and fight through and get back up the order a bit. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe he was cognizant of potential penalties and wanting to make sure that the field was very condensed so that anyone who did have a penalty would drop down the order. But yeah, very, very, very odd. The track started breaking up. That might have contributed as Pierre Gasly has a spin on his little outing in the Red Bull.
No, wait.
The track started breaking up. That might have contributed to Lance Stroll retiring, but then having said that, it is Stroll. Ironically enough, I did see a really funny tweet which said that Lance Stroll has managed to pick up a penalty for exceeding track limits at a circuit that is almost entirely tracked with barriers right up against. So that's a special achievement. I mean, there are so few places that you could actually break track limits. I think the swimming pool is perhaps the only place where you could do that. That and the Nouvelle Chicane. I think they're the only places where you could try and exploit track limits or abuse track limits. I don't think there's anywhere else in the circuit you could actually do that because you'd be in the barrier. Maybe turn one. At Sandoval. But yeah, only a couple of places where you could actually possibly have the possibility of exceeding track limits, and he picked up a penalty for that. So that's quite impressive. Well done, Lance. You should feel very proud of that one. And then, a flawless drive from Antonelli. I was amazed he was able to gap Hamilton at will, around that circuit. I felt certain that Hamilton would be able to keep relatively close to him, but then I glanced at the timings, because what highlights are like. It'll suddenly just chop a few laps out here and a few laps there, and I looked at the timings, and the gap had suddenly got way bigger. And then they did their round of pit stops, and I looked at the gap, and I'm like, how is Antonelli 33 seconds clear of Hamilton? How? It didn't make sense. And this is after he'd stopped, because Hamilton had already stopped as well and been on fresher tyres. And I'm like, how is he still 33 seconds ahead? an incredible drive from Antonelli. Absolutely deserved it. I don't think Max would have been able to keep up with him either. So, yeah, very, very, mature performance from Kimi Antonelli. Some phenomenal, flawless driving. I don't think he put a foot wrong at all in the Grand Prix. I don't think he locked up. I don't think he got a track limit at any single point. He just drove supremely well. And if he can do that there at Monaco, then what's he going to be like at some other circuits as well? I think he is genuinely looking like a very, very special talent. And we could be looking at a multiple-time world champion, maturing before our very eyes. He is looking very, very special indeed. Very special. Did I end up checking the clip you sent me during one of the Aston streams? I had a look at are you talking about your little bit of, I saw a little clip on your channel of you doing some voiceover at Monza. In your feed, but yeah, I couldn't see the clip that you posted on my community. I don't know where that went. It wasn't there when I looked for it later, so I went directly to your channel and I found that Monza clip. Do you think Kimi has a very good chance of winning this world championship this year? Yeah, I mean, absolutely he does. He's what, 63 points clear now, or something like that. He's a long way clear, basically. But as I said earlier in the stream, let's see how things are in another 4 races or so. I mean, as I said, earlier on, Piastri kind of dipped a little bit last year when he was in control of the championship.
Yeah,
and it coincided with a resurgence of form of Norris. I'm sure at some point George is gonna, his form is gonna come back. And there's every chance that the pressure might start to get to Kimi a little bit. I think we need to certainly praise what he's done so far, and he's broken his own record of, first Grand Prix wins. No one's got 5 in a row in their very first Grand Prix win.
And stop on your marks.
Just like no one had got 4 in a row when he did it. So yeah, he's breaking his own records now at this point. But let's see in the second half of the season how far ahead he is and whether he starts to feel that pressure a little bit. I hope for his sake that he can keep things going, but time will tell. Right, I'm going to go to an 8.2. This is what I'm not sure on. Let's try bumping that up a bit, and let's bring this up. Let's have a little stab at let's have a little stab at that, I think. See how that works out. Found out that if Russell is behind Kimi at the summer break, he'll get his contract ripped up. Where did you hear that? Because I haven't heard that. And I'd be very surprised if that's actually the case. Russell's going to have a tougher time, though, compared to Norris's comeback last year. He seems to be struggling with the car recently. Yeah, but Norris was struggling last year as well, so... Gimme Sport. Okay, so it's not necessarily the most trusted source of Formula One news. Yeah, I'd take that one with a pinch of salt. Wait till some more outlets that specialise in Formula One actually start picking up on that story, and then maybe give it some credence, but... Let's put a bit more fuel in the car. Actually, no. We'll leave them at 18 laps. That'll be enough. Do you think they'll be super close by the time they settle the title in Abu Dhabi? Yeah, I mean, my one point I'm trying to make is that Kimi is riding a huge wave of confidence right now. But if he has a bad result, whether it's his own fault or just the car breaks down on him or something, where he gets taken out and it's completely not his fault, but if he has a bad result, George wins, and that's a sudden huge swing of points. And if he then has another bad result not long after that, his confidence is going to start to wobble. And that's what we saw with Piastri. And it ultimately ended up costing Piastri his chance at the title last year. So he's driving really well right now, but it only takes a couple of iffy things to happen, a couple of bad results, and things could be looking very different very quickly. So yeah, much as I would be happy for George to lose the World Championship to Kimi, let's wait and see. Very much in the Kimi corner over here. Yeah, Max got within 2 points, because Max came really good last year as well. So also, let's not forget the really big news out of Monaco. The R01. Somehow, Mercedes, who had the best powertrain, the best power unit as a whole, has got an R01. And it's Red Bull who've been classed as having the best engine. What I do know is that it was based on the actual ICE, the internal combustion engine itself, rather than the whole powertrain, the whole power unit. Based on that, the FIA's tests have revealed that it's Red Bull have got the benchmark engine. Mercedes are 2% or more, within that 2 to 4% away window. And so they get an Adamo period over Red Bull, and Ferrari are more than 4% away, so they get 2. And then Honda will also more than 4% away, but will potentially get a lot more funding, and maybe I think benchmark hours as well, because once you get past 4%, it then becomes a sliding scale. So
okay?
The further away you are,
Okay, understood.
the more money you can spend and the more bench testing time you get. But you don't get as many windows to actually bring those upgrades onto the engine. That still stays at 2 this year, 2 next year. 86 and 82. Okay, that's not too bad. Let's call them in. But yeah, it's a bit. It's interesting how the FIA have decided to do it. I don't know if they'll ever publish how they've done it, but yeah, to find the best powertrain on the grid as only the second best engine is very, very strange. It also really hurts Ferrari as well, because they thought that Mercedes were the benchmark and were expecting to get 2 upgrade opportunities over Mercedes, and now they only get 1, because Mercedes are getting 1 over Red Bull. So it kind of really hurts Red Bull. They have to stay essentially where they are. Ooh, why did I put that up to a 9.5? That's way too high. So it really hurts Red Bull, because they're now static. Ferrari get a couple of upgrades over Red Bull, but only 1 over Mercedes. Mercedes get the chance to, take what is essentially the best overall powertrain and make it even better. So, yeah, that's going to be very, very interesting to see the fallout from that. I would not be at all surprised if we get a lot of protests about that in Barcelona in a few days. That's the point. I didn't see where Audi were. I didn't see any reporting on how far away Audi are. I'm guessing they are over 4% away. All right, it's the end of the first session. Nico Rosberg is the quickest, just ahead of the rest of them. But it's first practice session of the season. These times mean absolutely nothing. So, right. Practice 1 is done. We'll take a quick break and then we'll crack on with the rest of our practice program for this weekend. Alright, let's crack on with second practice, shall we? We've got some new setups to try. Let's go with 18 laps of fuel again. Another protest we can expect as well. Well, kind of protest. Alpine have asked for a right of review over the whole penalty situation. Because Gasly was demoted off the podium. With penalties. And then Hadjar was almost demoted off the penalties, but was found not to have had a red flag infringement. That was a very bizarre one as well. And I can't believe it's a mistake that Red Bull would make.
All the time.
From what I understand, from what David Coulthard was saying, no, Mark Webber, sorry. When you're in red flag situations, you're going to have to make some changes. You can change your tyres, you can fix any damage, you can swap parts like a front wing, but very, very limited as to what you can actually change. Red Bull apparently tried to take a part off the car and put a different part on, and then found out that doing that was very, very bad, and then took that part off and put the original part back on again. And that was why they were under a red flag infringement, investigation, but ultimately were deemed not to have broken it. But I just think it's a little sus that a team like Red Bull, who have been in this sport now for over 20 years, would suddenly go, "Oh, are we not allowed to do that? Oh, okay, we better undo that." I think that just sounds a little sus to me. But whatever. Oh god, yeah, Checo as well, getting the first point for Cadillac and then losing it because he started outside. Second violation of the race as well. Second start violation of the Grand Prix. Because he got a drive-through on the first one. I mean, come on, Checo. Seriously? Do you not know how to park your car in a grid box at this point? How many Grand Prix has he been in? How many years has he been in Formula One? That was just... I mean, you can maybe understand the first one, but the second one, it's like, okay, you got a penalty for fucking up your position in the box last time. So make extra sure that you are really where you're supposed to be on the second one, and he fucks that one up as well. It's just... Oh my god, yeah. If I were Cadillac, the Cadillac boss, if I were Graham Loudon, I'd be fuming at Perez for that. I'd be absolutely fuming at that. Has Checo won Monaco? I don't know. Don't know if he's won Monaco. He's very good at street circuits normally. Singapore, Baku. I'm not sure about Monaco. I think so. But I couldn't say with any real confidence that he has definitely won that one. Dino thinks 22. Yeah. I mean, it's not been recently, but I think he has won there since he was driving for Red Bull. Alright, we're a great setup here for Schumacher. That's up to 97%. 86. Right, there's still work to do on that car. See how Schumacher gets on. Oh, we never saw the new liveries, did we? Let me show you. So here is the Martini Williams. Was the livery that they ran in 2014, or at least an approximation of that livery. The sponsors would have been different, but yeah, there we go. Lovely, lovely. And then an updated Force India livery, and I bet they're both in the pits, aren't they? Oh no, there we go. Okay, Alguersuari's running number 01. We'll need to change that.
Any feedback?
And again, I don't think that's exactly the same
Okay, understood.
as the actual livery they ran, but it's a very close approximation, I think. Let's see, Jensen. Oh, we've made his car worse. Right, so that's a 6-4. And if we nail that, everything else might just slot into place. You think they can get a point again this season? I don't know. That might be their best opportunity. It's a circuit that Checo's very good at. And a lot of penalties and some retirements as well. You know, Max not being in finishing the race, Leclerc not finishing the race. That's two cars that are always going to finish ahead of the Cadillacs. Stroll not finishing certainly would have helped. I think there was another retirement, wasn't there? Ollie Behrman didn't finish. Then there's all those penalties that kicked in.
Stop in front of the garage.
And move people out of position at various points, combined with the red flag. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they'll ever get that lucky again this season. I mean, I hope they do get up there, but I think they're going to need more than just a safety car or a red flag. They're going to need a convergence of multiple things happening throughout the race to find themselves in that position again. Which is a shame, but yeah, I don't see it myself. Yeah, just need the 4. It was 15. It was 15 DNFs in Canada. Only 7 cars finished and 2 of them were damaged. Got my DLSS on. No, good. Game just seems a little blurry at times. A little bit more severe ghosting than I would normally see. In hyperspeed, is this mod worth it? Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's a pretty comprehensive, snapshot in time. The 2013 season. We're into season 2 now, and I've made a few little tweaks under the hood. But yeah, I mean, you get to race with drivers from 13 years ago on a revised calendar with revised rules. revised, old school liveries. I think it's fun. I think it's worth it. I mean, considering it's free. All right. 1% away with Schumacher. Very, very close. Is Force India in it? Yes. Oh, no. No. There are no old school tracks, unfortunately. That's something the modders haven't been able to figure out yet. There we go. So we've gone from default to nailing both cars. Just no setup put on at all when we sent them out at the beginning of FP1 to getting both up to 100%. Very pleased. Where do we stack against grid? Don't know yet. Like I said, the 2013 season is very much a snapshot in time, and it's engineered in such a way to make it impossible for you to really get above 5th place, which is where McLaren finished that year. However, I have undone some of that and made a few under-the-hood tweaks to balance it back to a bit more playable for our second season, and we'll see. This is the opening race of the season, so we're just finishing practice, and then we'll find out once we get into qualifying. But I would imagine we're going to be in the hunt for the top 4, maybe the top 3 if we're lucky. Yeah, like I said, I mean, I've made a few tweaks, but I haven't gone full rules reset for 2014. So it's not the change of regs that happened in 2014, the start of the turbo hybrid era, but it's not a straight continuation from 2013. It's somewhere in the middle. So Red Bull will still be relatively strong. Ferrari will still be relatively strong. Mercedes and Lotus will still be relatively strong, and then we'll be looking to get back up there again.
Cool the car. Okay, there's a car in the barriers. Debris
Someone's
on the
hit
main
the
straight.
wall. It's that man past the
Here we
Maldonado,
are then at the 11th
who
corner.
somehow has managed to squeeze himself a Red Bull drive.
Just
No idea
flies
how.
into that crash. I imagine their confidence will have taken a knock.
I think he's in the wrong car as well. I think he's in car number 1 and Vettel's in car number 2. We'll need to swap those guys over. Bit of a Reaper. Will other drivers come true at their age or not? Well, some will, but because of a script that has to be run at the start of every season, because it's a very heavily edited database, some drivers have made it, others have fallen by the wayside, unfortunately. One of which is Max Verstappen. He's unretired, but he's now at a rating of 0 at 16 years old. We've got Schumacher Jr. in our youth setup. Brendan Hartley is here at Sauber now. He was at Mercedes last year. Mercedes have signed Carlos Sainz. Yeah, it's not. We're not going down the historical route. If we were going down the historical route, Schumacher would be in a coma by now, and Bianchi would die later this season. So neither of those things are happening. There we go, 100% setup. Still need to find about 6% to get them up to 100 overall. I mean, yeah, I could easily edit the stats to bring Max back in. He's available as a driver, and that's something I may well do as the season progresses a little bit. But there are other things that I need to sort out first. Some driver numbers are a bit iffy, screwy, and this isn't the 2014 lineup, so. At the moment, Daniel Ricciardo is still racing for Toro Rosso, and Pastor Maldonado has taken the seat at Red Bull. Seb won the title last year in a pretty convincing fashion. This is also the year that that McLaren lost their partnership with Vodafone. So they just had a sort of a chrome car, but without much in the way of sponsors on it. It was chrome and black for this season. They lost most of their sponsors, actually. They didn't have Santander either. Well, there's a very simple way to fix that. Well, there's a couple of ways you can fix that. Bear with me 2 seconds. Let's get Jensen back out and get Michael in. So you can either set the budgets a little higher, so you can do that in a couple of different ways. You can go to regulations, and you can change the cost cap a little higher. Or, well, the other thing you should definitely do as well is you should go and make sure here in game settings that you have this switched on as well, so that teams will refurbish their facilities. Because the teams won't generally tend to refurbish stuff. It'll just run it right down to the ground. So, ticking that option on your save will sort that issue out for you. There we go. We are at 100 there. Now we're at 100. Oh, we're at 100 with Jensen as well. Let's call Jensen in. Our team's going debt so quickly. Teams generally tend to spend big.
Copy.
But they don't necessarily get the results
Pit lane speed
to
limiter
give
on.
them the
Attack the pit box.
income that they need. Think of a football team that's spending a huge amount of money on transfers, but doesn't make the Champions League, and therefore doesn't have that income to balance against those expenses. It's the same kind of thing. Teams will spend a lot of money trying to improve the car and maybe improve their driver lineup, their staffing, but might not get the high enough position in the Championship to get enough prize money to cover those expenses. Other teams will just try and get the very best of everything, so their wage bills will go through the roof, and then you're kind of screwed no matter what, because you can only sustain that for a very small period of time before you end up bankrupt. When you've got, the two best drivers in the game, and their combined salary is 60-70 million, that's a lot. You're going to lose money every single month, regardless of how much you pare everything else down. Who am I going to sign if one decides to leave McLaren? Well, this is a set 3-season playlist. We're going to try and see how many titles we can win for Schumacher before his contract expires. I signed him on a 3-year deal, and at the end of that 3 years, he goes back into retirement, never to be seen again. So this is a 3-year playlist. We're on year 2 now. If we are somehow able to challenge and win a title this year, then we hit 8 world titles, and then next season, let's see if we can get 9. If we don't get it this year, we've got 1 season left to try and get that 8th world title, and whether we get it or not, that's the end of the series. So. No, not with this. No, it's 3 years and done. This database isn't designed to be able to go all the way through to modern times. Even though technically it would be possible, it would just cause so much headaches and hard work trying to get it back into a usable condition again at the start of every season, that it would become pretty much unworkable by the time it hit modern times.
And yep, it's the Haas that's affected there. Let's see what happened there. Right, here's the action at turn 10. And there's the contact. And hopefully that hasn't messed up their chances too much this weekend.
It's because of the way the database has been built.
And for the crew watching
and the
on
way
in the garage,
the game
that really must have been a hard one
handles
to take.
custom databases, it can get a bit messy. So this one, I think, would just become unplayable after 10 years.
Currently, we believe the rain has passed.
Most custom databases, from what I've been told as well, regardless of how well they've been built, will start to run into problems anywhere from 6-7 years onwards. Some are fine, some will go like 12 years, and then they start having issues. Some will go 6 or 7 years. 8 or 9 is about the sweet spot you want to go before ending that database, because then it starts to, that custom database, because then it starts to really start playing up. So but as I said, this one was designed to be a snapshot in time. This one was designed to be the 2013 season and nothing else. So it is possible to extend it, but going beyond that immediately starts to cause issues, which I'm already starting to see. You've got to save a 20. Yeah, that's a base game save, isn't it? That's not this particular database. Yeah, a game does not get on well with custom databases once they get past a certain point. And that, I think, is more down to Unreal Engine rather than anything else. Right, that's it for practice. Once again, Seb and his Red Bull are looking very, very quick. We do need to make a few little tweaks because some driver numbers, etc., are wrong. So we're going to create a save. We're going to quickly fix those in the database editor, and then we're going to get qualifying underway. So let's get the cutscene out of the way.
Will practice pay off for the drivers? Well, we're about to find out in qualifying.
All right, so... Oh, excuse me. Let's bring back the database. So, we need to switch those two over. Seb is number 1. Maldonado is number 56. No, Maldonado is number 13. Alonso, Rosberg, never really had his own number. I don't think. Rosberg was number 6. A second, 32 deliberately, 22 Jensen. We've done Vettel and Maldonado. Hamilton 44, Di Resta. Did he have a number? still. That's 9. Bruno Senna. I don't think Senna was on the list. I think he was out of Formula 1 by that point. It's not on the grid, so I'll give him the V out. I need to close that in a second anyway. Bottas 77, Ericsson. Did Marcus Ericsson have a number? Or was he off, not on the grid at the right time? There we go. Yep, number 9 for Marcus Ericsson. That's correct. That's good. Vern. Number 25. Robert Wickens never had a number. Let's not make him 0. Let's make him number 98, I think. Maybe number 88. He was number 88. Yeah, neither of them are on the grid. Let's go 88 for him. Evening, Foamy. Ricardo, number 3. Gutierrez. Number 21. Hulkenberg, number 27, should be correct. Yes, it is. Grosjean, number 8, I think that's correct. Yes, it is. Kimi Räikkönen, I think he ran as number 7, didn't he? Yes, he did. Jaime Alguersuari. Nope. Okay, let's give him number 94 because Pascal Wehrlein's not on the grid. Perez, number 11. Bianchi, number 17. And there we go. So That's to sort out all the driver number issues that we were seeing. And with that, we are ready to go straight into qualifying. What is the current weather? 0 mil, but we might get some wet weather during qualifying. We'll take a quick break and then we'll find out. So it's time to find out what all that hard work that we've done pre-season, whether or not it's been worth it. Rain is coming early. So this is going to be a one and done qualifying to see if we can make it through to the next session. We should have the pace for that, but not sure where we'll end up.
Cool, that's loud and clear. Warm the tyres when you can.
Oh, we got a yellow flag already. Someone with a little whoopsie on their outlap. It's
Now we
timing.
should be able to take a look here. Now this was at turn 3. And the car fails to respond. They were just unable to do much about it.
Straight out, track will be clear.
You're good to open the lap.
Right, here we go. Starting with Jensen first. Tucked up behind one of the Ferraris. Nico Rosberg. Schumacher tucked up behind Bruno Senna. Enough to get us through on that pace, but it's not setting the world alight. best middle sector either in 19-1. Also top from Maldonado, then Marcus Ericsson, Adrian Sutil. Vettel goes up to second. Rester into third, Hamilton fifth. Rosberg goes fourth, Button 11th.
This is P11.
That's not
Feel
safe. Oh, no, it's not safe at all. What can Schumacher do? He goes ninth and knocks Button out. That's it. Jensen's out. Put the Schumacher cap on. So, a difficult afternoon ahead for Jensen. Starting from 18th on the grid. Schumacher will make it through to the next session, but Sutil, Button, Perez, Wickens, Bianchi and Verne are out at the end of Q1 because nobody's going to improve now. Track's just going to get worse and worse and worse. So a very short opening qualifying for Jensen. And there is definitely still a lot more work to do with this car. It's okay in terms of drag and stuff at the moment, but it has zero downforce. What a disappointing start to the year. We're going to be in full wet weather conditions here at the start of Q2.
Sessions should be starting now.
Let's take a look at the track, and it will improve. We'll do a lap now with Schumacher just to get time on the board. Let's check something actually. Yeah, battery looks like it's working normally. I was worried for a second I'd left the wrong battery regs on. Tyres aren't warming up quickly enough. Maybe that's why we went out. Jensen. still way under temperature. They might not switch on at all here by the time we get to the end of the lap. We never even got the tyres fired up. We haven't got enough fuel for another run. Let's see if it's the same for everybody. I mean, we're down 4 tenths to Fernando, so it's not like it's costing us a second a sector. We are 3 tenths up on Marcus Ericsson. Alonso goes a second quicker than us. Everyone else starting to pile out because we're getting to the point where the track's starting to get a little drier. It's going to hit into conditions very, very soon. Yeah, those silly little wings had an impact. I mean, they reckon that the Mercedes addition to their rear wing, which looked like a work of art, if I'm truly honest, it was just looked superb, added around 200 kilos of downforce, which is a huge amount. See if these inter tyres switch on a little bit easier. I'm going to do a prep flying lap before the actual flying lap for a couple of reasons. One, the track isn't quite ready yet. And two, I want to make sure the tyres are definitely in the window. Is the rest of the grid on? Oh, they are on wets. Oh. That is a Red Bull that's off at the last but one turn.
There's a yellow flag now.
Of course, it's Pastor Maldonado.
Right then, we can take a look now. Now, it's quite wet for those on the track. And the control's lost. And I doubt there's going to be too much criticism after that, though, when you consider these conditions.
No, I think there'll be a fair bit of criticism. Track still isn't quite ready, which I thought it would be by now, but it's almost there though. This will take me top, or it should take me top. And the tyres still not fired up, look, but they're not far away as well. There we go, into conditions. Still not favourable outright for the inter tyres yet, but will be hopefully by the end of the lap. And the tyres are finally switched on. Ah, Michael. Right, let's learn the lesson from last time we did this. Let's make sure he definitely comes in. We're going to cancel and then call him in again. And he should definitely come in now. Tight on time. It's going to be very tight on time here. I'm sure we'll get enough time to do 2 runs. I don't think we will. Try just in case. No, we're not going to have time. going to continue to get a little bit drier. So, we're going to take manual control, put the tyres up to full temperature straight away, try and make sure they're definitely fired up. Means we'll have a quicker outlap as well. Push the fuel as well. Try and make the car as light as we possibly can. It's about 1:30 for a lap, so we've got a little bit of wiggle room to get round. We shouldn't get pulled over for anybody now. And let's see if we can somehow get up the leaderboard a little bit more, because we're not going to be safe where we are right now. We are going to get bumped down. Tyres aren't going to be fired up. Raikkonen goes top with a 125.5, 3 seconds quicker than the rest of his time. And Alguersuari pops up into second. I'm going to have more time to get to the line than I was expecting here. Alonso top, Maldonado second. There is Maldonado. Get out of the way, please. Past it. Thank you. Rasti goes second. Ricardo up to P6. Hamilton up to P4. Vettel goes P3. Grosjean goes P3 in the Sauber. Valtteri gets the Williams up to P8. Rosberg goes top. Hulkenberg's missed out. Gutierrez has missed out. Senna's missed out. Ericsson has missed out. We're the last car with a chance of making it through, and we'll be knocking out Alguersuari. This is a very good looking lap so far. Track is still drying up. We've timed it perfectly in terms of track conditions. Can we make it count though? Come on, Schumacher. Up to P3. So we're into the next session. Alguersuari, Ricciardo, Hulkenberg, Gutierrez, Senna and Ericsson are the drivers eliminated at the end of P2. Alright, time for the top 10 shootout, and we have 4.5 mil of water on the track. Let's see what our conditions going to do here. We're not going to worry about the wets too much, but maybe these will fire up a little bit quicker because they're worn out by a couple of percent. I don't think that's going to make a difference. But we're not using wet tyres after this qualifying. It's going to be a dry race, so let's take a look at the weather forecast. And it will dip down. We are going to do what we did last time, but again, with no cool down lap. Evening, mic on. So everybody's out on the track. This will just be a fast lap, not an actual push lap. That'll be the lap after this one. Evening, Nexus. Tyres still nowhere near up to temperature, look. Which is why we're doing 2 laps. Second slower than Alonso in the opening sector, but again, we're not pushing the battery at all, so this will not be a competitive time. Hopefully the next lap will be a little bit more competitive. Tyres will be a little bit closer to getting in the window, but still not going to be there, I don't think. Don't switch on until 60 degrees, I think. Let's see what kind of improvement we can get with the battery and warmer tyres. Button went out in Q1. Unfortunately, we had 1 lap because the rain came early and he wasn't quick enough. I don't think we got his tyres warmed up enough. That's a much more respectable first sector, about a second quicker. This is actually shaping up to be a pretty respectable lap. The tyres never actually got switched on. This will be close with Vettel. Might even be quicker than Vettel. The track is drier. And we go second. And we lock up. Now the tyres might get up to temperature. So, this is it. This is the window for Inters. We'll go straight out. Do another 2-lap run, same as before as well. It's a little bit more light, it's getting a bit dark in here. There we go. Change to a brand new set of Inters. Not sure if it's going to get worse again, so we are going to go out now. Looking for 70 degrees on these tyres. Yeah, there we go. Rain is starting to increase again. Have to go for it on this lap. Get the track in its absolute best condition and just hope that the tyres switch on enough. And let's hope that Nico Rosberg doesn't get in our way. Almost there. Another direct like-for-like comparison with Alonso here. It's only a tenth quicker than us. And he might get held up by his teammate here. Damn it. Worth a try. Maldonado goes quickest. We are going to go for another lap and see if we can get an improvement. We might run out of battery. In fact, we will run out of battery. Off. Grosjean puts his Sauber in second and is then bumped down by Pastor Maldonado in the Red Bull. It still sounds so wrong to say that. Di Resta goes third. Now Vettel goes third. Bottas up to 7th, we're quicker than the Williams. Sorry, Nexus. Raikkonen puts his Force India into 7th place. Hamilton goes 6th. Schumacher is not improving. And we're out of battery, so we're not even going to continue the lap. We'll call him in. But you will be happy, Nexus, to see that it is the Martini Williams. Not quite accurate sponsors. Modern day sponsors with an old school livery. Right, Rosberg, the last one to set a lap. He's not going to get pole. He's not going to make the front row either, I don't think. Can he beat the Sauber? No, he can't. 7th place for Nico Rosberg, track 2 wet. And that is it. So, pole position for the opening round of Season 2 goes to Fernando Alonso, with Pastor Maldonado in 2nd in a Red Bull. Just seems so wrong. Sebastian Vettel is 3rd. It is Paul Di Resta in the Mercedes in 4th. 5th in the Sauber, Romain Grosjean. 6th place for Hamilton. 7th for Nico Rosberg. 8th for Schumacher. 9th for Kimi Raikkonen. There he is. And it's Valtteri Bottas in 10th place. So, there is your grid order. No one has a penalty. Jensen will start all the way down in P18. Going to be a very slow afternoon for Jensen. His target is P11. Our target for Schumacher is P9. Let's see how we do, shall we?
Well, the fans here are all set, every one of them eagerly awaiting the 58 laps of today's race.
Albert Park often seems to set teammate against teammate, from Hill and Villeneuve dueling for the 1996 win to Bottas beating fellow Mercedes driver and pole sitter Hamilton to the win in 2019.
The Albert Park circuit is bursting with rapid corners and a long straight where drivers can push their speed to the limits. Good attention to medium speed downforce will likely make beating this beast of a track just a little bit easier. Here we are, folks. We're back for another day of scintillating F1 action. It's race day.
It is race day. And it's lovely clear skies as well. So, let's get our tyre strategies chosen. I think we can go soft, soft, medium. Jensen, I might go a little bit different because he's starting further back. I might be a bit more aggressive with the opening stint. Bring him in early and do that, but we'll have the option to maybe go onto a set of softs here at the end. Let's have a look if that's actually going to be quicker. Not really. We'll play that last stint by ear. I might call him in earlier for mediums. So, let's see. What do I want to do with fuel? Let's take 2 laps of fuel out. Let's go super aggressive off the line. And let's see if we can convert 8th into a really strong points finish. And 18th into a potential points finish. It's time for the Australian Grand Prix.
The anticipation is really building here. The fans in attendance are absolutely buzzing with excitement.
Starting P13 isn't great for them, but if they can clear the midfield, they could get back to the front of the pack.
So let's see what today has in store, shall we? Get ready for the Australian Grand Prix. And it's lights out and away we go.
Right, Schumacher drifting over to the middle of the track. Can we squeeze off Raikkonen? No, Raikkonen squeezes through. And Alguersuari might have a little look at us as well. Jensen still in P18 behind Marcus Ericsson, who's made his way past Adrian Sutil. Wickens taking a little wide line in the background there. But everyone's through the opening turns. No dramas. No collisions. No lockups. Although Wickens, with that little over the edge of the curves, has damaged his underfloor already. So his pace will now be compromised for the rest of the Grand Prix. Let's see if we can get Schumacher past Kimi. Sauber in 4th place. That's it's going to take some getting used to if that's their actual pace this year. dropping away a little bit. I think he's still in DRS range though. No, he is out of DRS range. Oh, wow. Lovely move. So, yeah, one of the things I did between seasons was to upgrade from 4.13 to 4.16 on realistic racing. And it has made that corner, that chicane there, a little bit more of an overtaking opportunity, apparently. And we just saw prime evidence of that as Schumacher made the move up the inside. So it's really good to see that that is actually working. Jensen, though, still stuck behind Still.
Okay, recharge on.
Might have a look at the inside here, though. Thought better of it in the end.
Still plenty of opportunities.
And already the Marussias are starting to slip away a little bit. Schumacher just about hanging on to the back of Lewis Hamilton there. Alonso leading on hard tyres might actually be a really good thing, because it might keep the pace of the front runners that is too much for us down a little bit in these opening laps. As you see Hamilton having a look at Rosberg. Doesn't make it through. Vettel has got ahead of Maldonado. So some semblance of normality is resumed at Red Bull. And let's see, can we get Button through? So Satil is going to have a look at Ericsson. Jensen might be stuck for a little while. Let's calm the fuel down as well. Back to traditional fuel loads now. So about 1.8 kilos a lap around this circuit as opposed to a kilo with the 26 race. Schumacher's dropping away from Hamilton. And this might open up an opportunity for Jensen. Not quite, but he's now right there. Put him into harvest mode, because there's no way forward at the moment. Alonso still leads from Vettel and Maldonado. Grosjean is still fourth in the Sauber, ahead of the Resta. Then Rosberg and Hamilton. Schumacher now about 2 seconds behind them, with Kimi Raikkonen and Jaime Al-Hashwari in close proximity. And it's Hulkenberg in 11th, Bottas 12th, 13th is Ricciardo, 14th Bruno Senna, 15th for Esteban Gutierrez, 16th and 17th is the battle that's right in front of us. Marcus Ericsson ahead of Adrian Sutil. Then we've got the two Caterhams of Perez and Bianchi behind us, 19th and 20th. And 21st and 22nd for the two Marussias of Wickens and Berg.
last DRS.
Schumacher now very much out of DRS, but holding his own at the moment against Raikkonen. We do need to start thinking about trying to push Jensen forward a bit. But with everyone in the train, it does make it kind of tricky. Let's see if we can get close and get aggressive again on this run to the chicane. There's a move attempt going on in front of us, and look how Jensen is steaming up to the pair of them. Oh, someone's locked up, and it is Marcus Ericsson in the Williams. Straight on in the braking zone.
Yellow flags.
Let's take a closer look. Here we are, we're looking at turn 11. And there's the lockup. And hopefully there's not too much damage to the tyres.
Did he keep that out the barrier? Looks like he did. There's no damage indicator on that Williams. Has dropped him 4.5 seconds off the back of Bianchi. And Button punches past Satil. That was the little breathing space that we needed to make that move. That little gap in the train.
Let's have a look at that. Look at the McLaren driver here. It's there for the taking.
Takes the advantage into turn 1.
And that's 16th place now.
Now, let's see if we can push on and do that all over again. There's definitely room to push Schumacher's tyres now. I might actually put him on some aggressive mediums for his second stop. Oh, side by side with Raikkonen
DRS.
through the chicane. Raikkonen's got the move because he has the DRS. Let's put Schumacher into harvest. And there we see that side by side through the chicane. That should be certainly more frequent here at this circuit now with the upgraded version of realistic racing. Satil's going to have another look at getting back in front here. Hulkenberg gets past Alguersuari. So that's both Saubers in the points. And there's Valtteri Bottas having a look. Couldn't make it through, got squeezed. That's allowed Jensen to get right up into the train. So we can put him back into harvest again now.
Okay, recharge on is good. Focus on recharge.
We're 4 seconds adrift of Hamilton, but we're 4 seconds ahead of Hulkenberg at the moment. And we're going to go on the attack.
Use overtake.
So can we punch back ahead of Kimi Raikkonen here? Moves to the inside. It's going to come down to braking, and Raikkonen's a little braver on the brakes. And I think we lost that opportunity this lap, so we'll go back into harvest again. Build the battery up a little bit more. looming large, but without too much threat at the moment in the back of Gutierrez's mirrors. Again, rebuilding that battery. But we are in a good spot here. We're going to turn the battery on and see if we can get through at the chicane again. Oh, lovely. Late on the brakes. And Jensen is through to P15. I definitely want to see a replay of that one.
Now we're at turn 11 now. The gap opens up for them.
So I'd like to see commitment from the drivers through that section there. And back into harvest again.
Recharge on.
Maybe we've actually got a good chance of moving Jensen up through the order. Battery's in a healthy situation for Schumacher, but not quite where I want it just yet. Vettel and Alonso are going at it. Oh, lovely move from Seb. Up the inside through the chicane, takes the position from Alonso, has the DRS. And Maldonado's got Grosjean all over him. That Sauber is looking quick, isn't it? Starting to look like that Sauber is there on merit, and not just because it was a wet qualifying. Let's see what happens once the DRS gets broken. See if he can stay with. But Vettel on those soft tyres should theoretically sprint away a little bit now. And we're almost at a full battery for Schumacher now. It's Maldonado now putting the pressure on.
Recharge on.
Alonso covering him off. Which is a very risky thing to do when it's past the Maldonado right behind you. Tyre's still looking good. It's looking very good, look. All right, let's be more aggressive for Jensen.
Okay, let's see if we can get past. Overtake available.
Schumacher has got through, but did we give it the DRS to do it? Yes, we did.
Now we can see what happened. Right, let's follow the action now at turn 7.
So it's side by side, and then we go to the detection point ahead.
And the McLaren there with a...
We complete the move, but we've left ourselves a little vulnerable. Here comes Kimi. advantage in front of us. There's so many cars right next to each other. We're all being held up by Jaime Alguersuari.
There are opportunities ahead.
Let's go a little bit more
Yes, use the
aggressive now.
chance now.
There's no way through.
Cool with car.
Meanwhile, Schumacher has
Recharge.
broken clear of Kimi Raikkonen. What's now the best way to go away from Kimi? Is it rarely defend? No, it's just flat out pace, it would seem. That's done the job. We're 2.5 seconds clear. And we are closing back in towards Rosberg. But we're out of battery. Let's keep the tyres in this full-on push, though. Oh, man, there's just no space anywhere, look, see? And we've got Adrian Sutil right on us again. And he might get us here. He does. Wow. It's Valtteri who's got ahead of Alguersuari.
Okay, we don't want to lose too much time.
Might not want to, but we're going to, it would seem. The
We are
Caterhams
ready
are
for
right
you.
there. So's Gutierrez. Yeah, the pace in this second half train here is not
No,
great.
done.
It's bunching everybody up, and we're all starting to trip over each other. I think we recharge the battery and then we just bring Button in early. Go for that undercut. And try and jump them all in the pits. Hamilton gets ahead of Maldonado, who's dipped down into 6th place. So Grosjean, Di Resta and Hamilton have all picked him off now. Rosberg right there as well. Looks like Maldonado's starting to run out of talent. Meanwhile, Jensen is having to drive drive like his life depends on it just to stay ahead here. Let's put him into top up.
Okay, recharge.
And that's
on.
Alguersuari into the pits. So part of that undercut is gone already. Medium tyres going on the Force India. Tyres overheating a little bit. That's going to hurt our pace potential. Let's just cool them down a touch. Hope that we can stay ahead of Gutierrez. Schumacher holding pace with Maldonado and Rosberg, and there you can see the gap opening up. It's now 2 seconds to Hamilton. 1:22.8 for Maldonado. Lost a second and a half on that last lap. And we're now just 2 seconds behind. Jensen's struggling. We're going to call him in this lap.
Let's attack.
Box this lap, box this lap. Recharge on.
Make it as hard as possible to get past us. We're going to need to start thinking about fuel saving soon as well. Hadn't have a sniff of a VSC or a safety car yet. And into the pits then, Jensen. Let's see how our pit crew is doing. On Gutierrez is boxing as well. I was hoping to get an undercut on him too. Oh, look at that, 2.2 seconds. That training's really paid off. That's a good stop. Oh, look at this. Gutierrez is straight on the attack.
Your recharge on is good.
Hopefully he'll give us the DRS here, but I don't think he will. I think he will give it to him. And he gets through as well.
Deep breath. You're going to be okay.
We did get the DRS. Raikkonen boxes.
There's still opportunities here.
I'm going to stick to the strap.
It's okay to close the gap.
Bruno Senna in the pits. He's going to get out just in front of us. There he is. Oh, come on, Jensen. This time, send it up the inside. Go on, go on. Ah, come on. There we go, we get the move done. Again, we're going to give it the DRS. Don't let him sweep around the outside of us again. Oh, did we get the DRS though? No, he got it this time. Schumacher's in the pits. Let's see if we can get another 2.2 second stop. That would be lovely. Nope, 2.5. What tyres did Raikkonen put on? Where is Raikkonen? There it is. He put on mediums. We'll come out ahead of him. So we're going to split the Caterhams. Can we box him in?
PU calling.
Yeah, pushed him off the track. There we go.
Recharge on.
All right, Seb boxes. And he's having a bad stop. question becomes, how long can Alonso go on those tyres? Is he going to one-stop this?
Let's see
Gets
what
past
happened there.
Jean-Eric Verne.
Let's watch these cars as they head into turn 10.
That's another up the
It's
inside
certainly
move in the
inviting.
braking zone. Lovely stuff. I'm loving
And
the
the
change
McLaren
to that
there with a
chicane with
beautiful
realistic
manoeuvre.
racing. So, sort of go chasing after Bruno Senna again.
And reminder for recharge.
Lovely. Right, let's start our fuel safe.
Suggest increased LICO.
Grosjean and Di Resta fighting over second place. Hamilton's still out there on his softs. We've got Sutil and Valtteri Bottas going at it into turn 4. Turn 3, sorry. Oh, good defending from Valtteri, just kept his foot in. And Rosberg is in. Having cleared Maldonado, he finally boxes. Oh, very slow stop for Ferrari. Very slow stop. New fastest lap for Seb. He goes rocketing through. Hulkenberg on hards. Yes, he started on hards as well. Him and Alonso and Perez. And there is Schumacher. We almost managed to undercut Rosberg. As Jensen gets through on Robert Wickens. Easy as you like. Lovely stuff. Bianchi and Ericsson into the pits. And that drops Ericsson to the back of the grid, but that might be his only stop. He's put on hard tyres. Rosberg has got traffic in front as Hamilton's in. Here goes Maldonado. Hard tyres for Hamilton. Is he going to the end? It's a long way to go. That is 36 laps. He just did 23 on a set of softs, so it's possible.
Use the overtake button.
going to be tricky to get Jensen through while lifting in the braking zones, but
Okay, we don't want to lose too much time.
we'll see what we can do. Around the outside at 3. Holds the line and gets the move done. Lovely stuff from Jensen. 15 again.
Okay, buddy, recharge on.
Up the inside, made it stick. Rosberg is dispatched. Schumacher gets past Valtteri. Adrian Sutil up next.
There are
Al-Ghashwari gets back in front of Jensen again.
Gap is 1.7.
Leclerc was incredible this week. Well, at times. Didn't exactly shower himself in glory in the Grand Prix.
Recharge on.
Yes, Sutil stays ahead of Rosberg. Rosberg might have been forced a little wide because he's dropped right back again. New fastest lap for Lewis Hamilton at 1:19.7. We do a 1:19.8. And we've broken away from Sutil. Let's go back to Jensen. Need to get him back past Al-Ghashwari again.
Time management looks okay.
Fuel savings going really well. These engines apparently quite efficient. Again, have not touched the engines in any way. They are exactly the same as the engines we used last year. But they are saving fuel very, very efficiently here. That might be because of spending a lot of time in DRS. But we saved about 2 kilos of fuel very quickly here. As Grosjean hits the pits from P2. Hard tyres going on, and this surely is a one-stop for the Sauber. He might even get out ahead. He's going to get out ahead of us. There we are, just coming up to the line now. Hamilton gets through, and Grosjean is out in P7. So unless something happens, we are not beating that Sauber today.
Okay, use deploy.
We're being caught by Gutierrez again. It's time to punch through. Losing time here. Try and set him up.
Recharge on, recharge on.
Let's keep pushing up to cars ahead. Overtake available.
Maldonado in. Hard tyres going on. Good stop. In the team want him out the pit lane as quickly as possible. We do not want to be in his proximity. New fastest lap for Fernando Alonso. And Schumacher has got ahead of Maldonado, but we do need to stop Schumacher again. Maldonado going to the flag. Come on, Jensen. Get the move done. Make it stick.
How's the tyre?
This is concerning that we can't break him through here.
Pick clear air if you can.
And recharge should be on.
Overtake
All right,
available.
Paul di Resta in from the lead. Hard tyres for him. A lot of one stops then. Well, he comes out just behind Grosjean. And we have a yellow flag. That's Maldonado, I think. No, it's just getting overtaken. Who was it? Oh, it was Hulkenberg.
Now look, here we head into turn 2. The brakes couldn't cope. They took a gamble
That's a
and it
big
was
lock-up.
just too late.
Still to stop. But that won't do him any favours. Here comes Bottas. Right,
Use
we have
overtake.
to punch through now. See if I can get in front of Di Resta as well. Come on, Jensen, make it stick. Make it stick. There you go. Now push. We've lost so much time to Bruno Senna. Last time we got past our Jaime Alguersuari, we didn't have enough battery to actually break away from him, and he just took us straight back again the next lap. This lap, I'm hopeful
Pack is low.
that we have done enough. He's out the DRS zone.
Recharge on.
Welcome back, Harvey. As you see, the Saubers side by side. Grosjean laps, well not laps, overtakes his teammate. He's a pit stop down now. Sauber's currently running 4th and 5th, which is just incredible. Time to talk about team's history, by all means, if you want to. Show a bit of support for Jensen again. far behind is he actually at the moment? 20 seconds behind Schumacher, or 21 seconds behind Schumacher. 12 seconds off. No, yeah, 12 seconds off the points. The target is 11th, and we are only about 4 seconds off there. That's not too bad. Right, Adrian Sutil is in. So is Ricciardo. Good stop for both. Valtteri gets ahead of Ricciardo. Jensen is pulling away from Jaime, but has lost yet more time to Bruno. What is it you want to know, Maicon? And I'm not the arbiter of all things F1, but I've got good knowledge, but I do make mistakes from time to time. One of the things I generally tend to do is I keep confusing Marussia's history, or Mana's history, depending on how you want to call it. And Dino will obviously take great delight in pointing that out to me in the comments the next day. I have no idea. I don't follow Formula E. I would have to suggest, my knowledge is very Formula 1 centric, so outside of that, not so good. But I mean, I would have to guess MSG Sunsun Motorsport Group. Grosjean's out. Oh, what a disaster for Roman Grosjean.
Here's the replay. Now let's take a look here at turn 10. Oh, and there wasn't a lot that could be done to avoid crashing into the barrier. And that won't do their confidence any good.
What a disaster.
And just like that,
that was the only way we were going to beat him tonight, and now we are. Horrible for him, great for us. I guess we box. Put on that set of medium tyres. And we can finish our fuel saving, refill the battery. I guess we go mediums with Jensen as well. Oh, it's getting hot in here. Let's get the fan. So, Alonso has stayed out. Vettel, Hamilton and Hulkenberg are in. Oh, this is great for Hulkenberg. This is exactly what Hulkenberg needed with his strategy. He is going to come out behind. Oh no, because Schumacher's box. We're still going to finish behind a Sauber. It's a 2.5 second stop for Schumacher. There we are. In comes Valtteri gets ahead of us. Ah, Ricciardo gets ahead of us. Man.
There's a car hit the barriers. I believe everyone is okay. Stone's on track.
Okay, keep looking after the tyre.
Yeah, overheating. It turns out wearing a cap indoors in a
Your
heat box
P15.
for hours on end gets you quite hot.
2.5.
Let the scout breathe for a bit. Right, you know the drill. When we get a safety car, I get to pop an ad break. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to nip to the fridge, grab a fresh drink. I'll see you in a second.
Track is high.
Understood.
Try to keep temperature in front right.
Right, we're back. Still waiting for Jean-Eric Verne to join the back of the queue. So, we're currently P7 with Schumacher, ahead of Rosberg, behind Nico Hulkenberg. Button is sandwiched between Alguersuari and Ricciardo, both of them on hard tyres, or on mediums. Does look like we'll have another lap. Lap 35, so 36. We'll have 21 racing laps if we come in at the end of this lap. No. 23 racing laps.
okay. Tyre temperatures are good.
Still no end to the safety car. Oh, going yet another lap. We've got way too much fuel now.
Suggest reduce a bit, lift and coast.
While we are definitely out of position with Jensen, we are up with Schumacher. And even if we don't climb any further, 7th place at the opening Grand Prix of the season would be progress from where we were finishing last season. It's a bit of a shame that we have that qualifying with Jensen, because he could be up there as well. All right, finally, safety car is coming in.
Use the pace now.
Overtake available.
Here we go. Back on the green flag conditions. No overtaking till we cross the line at the start of the lap. Tyres have dipped out of the window slightly for Schumacher. And now Jensen. We're going to have to pump a little bit more heat back into them.
Keep chipping away.
I don't want to burn the battery too soon. Might need to turn it on here. That's a very aggressive Nico Rosberg. Can we hold him off? No. Damn it. I was hoping that would not happen. All right, well, let's see if we can get him back.
Use overtake.
Maldonado is struggling to go with the rester. Under pressure from Hamilton. Hulkenberg's trying to make a move on Hamilton.
He's 1.3 behind. No, not done. Cool and calm.
Hey, we through. We got Rosberg. Oh, and a late braking move there from Hamilton to shut the door to stop us from getting him as well.
There's still opportunities here. Maximum PU cooling.
Oh, we got Hamilton. We're up to P6. We might be about to get Ricardo there. Whoa, look at that. Go on, son. Great move.
Pick clear air.
Come on, come on, come on. Hold him. Yes, there we go. Ooh, okay. Right, let's calm the tyres down a touch. And let's go into top up.
Key thing is to
Start
keep the
rebuilding
tyre
that
in good
battery.
shape. Keep the
Let's have a
tyre
look
in
at
good shape.
Schumacher. And let's do the same. Whoa.
Pack is low.
What an excellent lap that was. We got Button up to 14th and we got Schumacher up from 8th to 6th. Evening, Adrian. Research works. Yes, it does, if it's done in the right places. Our car is very decent in a straight line. Cornering, not so much, but going flat out with the tyres and battery and the fuel gave us just enough through those sequences now. Fighting for points. Yeah, I mean, I expected to be fighting for points, given that the AI no longer has access to brutal mode. That's why every time we did an upgrade, you know, their expertise was like triple the gain that ours was. At least triple the gain. As soon as I figured that one out, turned that off while prepping for this season. So it's much more of an even playing field this year. But the AI will make lightweight parts like we do. So balance that out, because that wasn't part of it originally. You have an unpopular opinion Charles Leclerc is overrated? No, he's not. Oh, look at this. Look at this. We are past Paulo Maldonado. Oh, that's so Hamilton and Rosberg. He gets swallowed up there.
Let's take a look at the replay. Here we are then at the 11th corner. And they squeeze by.
We're going to cut to the reverse cap. Cut to the rear cap.
And the McLaren there with a beautiful manoeuvre.
Damn it. I wanted to see him just get swallowed up on the exit there. Yeah, look at that. Maldonado down 3 places in the space of 2 corners. Now we're going to have a fight on our hands to stay in P5, but making that work for us. I feel like Leclerc needs to be less mistake prone.
Next car is Bottas,
I know Leclerc
0.4.
is less comfortable with this new generation of cars than Hamilton, but he always has this. It's a similar trait to Max. He'll push the car to the ragged edge, but doesn't quite have the same fine-tuned degree of car control in those situations that Max does. But I mean, he was complaining about his brakes not working right before he had that lock-up into the barrier. Plus, the track was breaking up at that corner as well, so it might be that his car got launched slightly, which caused his brakes to lock. It might have actually been an issue with the brakes. Brembo actually came out with a statement and said they did not believe that was the case. But I think there was a little bit of desperation of trying to do well at his home track as well, mixed in there as well. Evening, Luke. We are going to start running out of laps here for Jensen if we're not careful.
Recharge on.
Senna is the target for the sponsors, P11. But we're only 4 seconds away from P9 at the moment. Di Resta gets past Alonso. Wow! Vettel and Hulkenberg right there, and Hulkenberg gets past Vettel. Tell you what, Sauber have got a hell of a car this year.
Next car is Bottas.
Oh, we're going to yellow flag. Oh, it's Bianchi.
Be okay.
Did we get hit?
Virtual safety car.
Did we get hit?
Delta positive.
Here we are, we're looking at turn 11
No, because he was right in front of us.
and ends up in the wall. And they'll have to pick themselves up after that. And look at the team there. They all knew what that moment meant.
That means a chance
Okay,
to
keep looking after the
rebuild
tyre.
the batteries for free. And now there's a gap between Senna and Bottas as well, which means no DRS for Valtteri makes him an easier target to pick off. 15 laps to go, and we are in with a real chance of getting Jensen into the points now.
Currently P13, I believe.
Laps to go.
Tires are out the window already, look.
Let's see what pace you can do.
Definitely been on the cooler side here. Temperature just 27 degrees right now. Tyres are struggling to keep temperature without a high degree of push.
chipping away.
Hopefully this means that Valtteri's tyres will be stone cold when the track goes green again, because ours are barely staying in the window and we're in his dirty air.
Pack is high.
Alright, I've got a full battery. I want this to go green now. There we go. Oh man, Schumacher's tyres have dropped all the way down to 82 degrees.
Use overtake.
DRS enabled. DRS.
Yeah, go on, up the inside. We're into P12. One position away from the sponsor target. But we're now only 2 seconds away from being able to fight for points as well. All right, let's turn our attention to Schumacher. Can we close it to Vettel? Maldonado struggling. Started so strongly, but once he lost DRS, wasn't able to stay with the front runners, started slipping down the order. And now he's adrift again, look. And Adrian Sutil might get him at this rate.
But we think there's still opportunities here.
Oh, we are so close. We are so close. Come on. There's Jensen. You can see both of our drivers in the same shot. That's a good, encouraging sign. Jensen now almost in range of Senna and Raikkonen and Sutil and almost Maldonado as well.
There are opportunities ahead.
Use overtake. Recharge on is good.
I'm out of battery and just out of range. Ah, so frustrating. I've got Hamilton right behind me. I'm going to lose ground here. Senna gets ahead of Raikkonen. Ricciardo gets ahead of Valtteri. Button is right there.
Use overtake.
Hamilton gets through.
Maximum PU cooling.
Using that superior grip of the mediums to effect. Jensen is up to P11. Now, can we catch back up to Senna, who has broken away from Kimi?
And a reminder for the recharge button.
Schumacher's got ahead of Hamilton again. But it's costing us time, this fighting. Vettel is getting away from us. Rosberg's bringing himself into the fight now. Maldonado is very much adrift, isn't he? Look, 4 seconds now behind Rosberg. And Sutil's just picked him off. Maldonado struggling, so at the very least, we should be able to beat Maldonado here. Oh, that's good, that's good. That slows them all down through turn 1 and 2. Hamilton still trying to get through. Schumacher holding him off for now. Rosberg's right there as well. All 3 cars separated by less than half a second. 10 laps to go. Some pretty intense racing going on here. Button is now on the back of Senna. Let's go back into Harvest. Get that battery charged up again.
Recharge on.
Can Schumacher hold on to 5th? Because I don't think we're going to be able to catch up to Vettel now. So far, so good. We are all over Bruno Senna.
We don't want to lose too much
Button is a
time.
much better driver. Hopefully that will count for something. Because the Lotus is still, I think, maybe a better car than ours. Tricky to say, given that one is behind both of them, but the other one's way ahead. How much of that is down to just an unusual qualifying? How much of that is a genuine reflection of pace? Maldonado really suffering. Vettel and Hülkenberg doing battle. And they're both very, very close to Di Resta Alonso. It's a 4-car fight almost at the front. It's a 3-car fight over P5. It's a 4-car fight over P8. Some very intense fighting going on. And Maldonado might be vulnerable here. I think he's just lost the DRS
0.7.
to Adrian Sutil.
No harm done.
He has. A little look from the Lotus of Bruno Senna. Has to back out of it.
This is P11.
0.8.
We've got so much spare fuel now. I wish I hadn't done that fuel saving earlier, but we didn't know we were going to get this safety car and VSC combo like that. We had to play the hand we were dealt at that time. Hülkenberg up to 2nd place. Could Sauber win this Grand Prix? He's going chasing after Di Resta. He's got mediums opposed to hards. It's possible. We could see Sauber win the Grand Prix here today. I mean, that would just
Still
be
opportunities here.
absolutely insane. And it means that Sauber are going to be a huge threat this year, because Grosjean was right up there till he retired. Ironically, him retiring allowed Hülkenberg to get all the way up there, who now might actually go on and win this Grand Prix, but it is a huge shot of pace. He's in the lead. Hülkenberg is in the lead. And Vettel is through on Alonso. As Alonso's tyres starting to struggle. He did not stop under the safety car. He stayed out.
Pack is high.
His tyres might be starting to die off.
Key thing is to keep the tyre in good shape. Keep the tyre in good shape.
Oh, he slipped just out of range. Hockenberg and De Resta were teammates last season at Force India. This year, they're in separate teams. De Resta's gone to arguably the
Still plenty of opportunities.
prime team, gone to Mercedes. Hockenberg went to Sauber, and they're 1 and 2 right now, ahead of Vettel and Alonso. And Alonso is struggling. Could Schumacher suddenly find himself able to go after Alonso? Jensen needs to push again.
Overtake available.
Ah, we got overtaken. All right, into harvest mode. Let's try and get some battery back on Hamilton. And he's scampering away already. Look, right, tyres all the way back up again. Alonso has very much been dropped from this fight at the moment, but there's still time for him to get back in. He's nearly 3 seconds behind Vettel now, though. It's a huge gap. There he is, only just appearing in the shot. Satil gets overtaken by Maldonado. Maldonado on a little bit of a push. Jensen's closing in.
1.7.
Little by little.
Plenty to play for.
I don't know where to look. There's so much going on. We've got 2 drivers in big fights. But I want to watch Hülkenberg challenge him to try and stay in the lead as well. Jensen's running out of battery again. Really inopportune moment. Gutierrez runs wide. Where is Gutierrez? He's down in 14th place. It doesn't really do anything to us. Come on, Jensen. Get past Bruno Senna. Get into the points. De Resta takes the lead. Is Vettel going to get through as well?
Deep breath. You're going to be okay.
Vettel has the DRS. He's up the inside. Schumacher's on Hamilton. Come on, there's so much to look at. Where do I look? Hülkenberg's down to 3rd. Vettel has got him, but they're still side by side, I think. No way through yet. We've got to go back into harvest mode. But Alonso's now there. Now it's become a 4-car train for 4th. Jensen's out of battery, still can't get through. Oh, this is so...
Recharge on.
Everything's just out of reach at the moment. It's so tantalizingly close. Vettel takes the lead now. Hülkenberg is falling away. It's between these two, I think. Vettel and De Resta. Hülkenberg's still on for a podium, though. There he is. Alonso now under serious threat from Hamilton. Yeah, it's just not happening for us, is it? I mean, P11 is the target. Anything else is a cherry. A new fastest lap for Seb, a 1:16.9. That is a mighty lap. 2.2 seconds quicker. Alonso fighting for his life here against Hamilton. Schumacher is right there as well. Sutil gets back ahead of Pastor Maldonado. It's just so much going on here with 3 laps to go.
0.5.
This has been one of the most exciting finishes I think we've ever
I
had.
think there's still opportunities here.
And there's still so much to play for.
Recharge on.
I think Maldonado has now lost his DRS in a really bad spot to lose it. Hamilton gets past Alonso. I've got Nico Rosberg right at my backside. Can we make the move on Alonso? No. But we will push and see if we can get him on the main straight into turn 1. Maldonado gets overtaken by Senna. This is just... This is crazy stuff.
Use to deploy.
The adrenaline is pumping like crazy. Come on, Schumacher. No way through. Come on, Jensen. Put that pressure on Maldonado. Force him to drop back a little bit from Senna. Then we can pick him off and get a point. Alonso is out of DRS. In that really bad spot to be out of DRS. And Schumacher's going to go for it. Come on, Schumacher. Yes! Whew. P5 again. And that's Alonso and Schumacher doing battle for the first time in many years. Because we were never in the races at all last year. Button has got past Maldonado. Oh my God. I need to take a breath. Jensen gets through. That's a point for Jensen. It's the final lap. We're going to go into always defend for Jensen and try and defend that point. Has Schumacher got anything left? He's got enough to break the gap, but not much else. Oh my God. Vettel is now clear of Di Resta. I think he's going to win this. Di Resta too far back to close up through this section. Hulkenberg is going to have to settle for a podium. Hamilton is closing, but he's not close enough. Schumacher's not close enough to Hamilton. Alonso now 3 seconds behind. Rosberg stuck behind him. We're now too far behind Senna to catch him, but we've got Maldonado right up our backside.
Tyre temperature management looking very good.
And there's Daniel Ricciardo going after him. Daniel Ricciardo, who should be in that seat.
He has DRS.
Can we hold off Pastor? Don't lock up on me. I'm the driver. We make it through. Vettel wins.
Red Bull takes the win.
What a race. What a race. Had a little bit of everything. Huge
There'll be
drama
celebrations tonight after a performance like that. They've done themselves
when
and the
Grosjean
team
was
proud.
out from such a strong position. It looked like that. Oh, that's a puncture. A puncture across the line for Fernando Alonso as Hulkenberg has got through. Alonso's tyres really were right on the ragged edge at the end then. No wonder his pace suddenly dropped off. He was hanging on by his fingertips. We'll bring it home in P7. But we've beaten both of the Ferraris today, which is amazing.
Your P10. Pace or race was good.
But Hulkenberg has got himself a podium. Sauber are a real threat this year. A real threat.
And on our screens at the moment, the McLaren driver.
Just managing a finish in the points, having crossed the line in 10th.
Now, Karun, with that result in mind, what would they be feeling like down at McLaren?
Well, it was a bit of a mixed bag here. Some things went their way, but others didn't. I think their main target now will be finding some consistency for sure.
And that's about that for this weekend here in Melbourne.
In the next round, we head to the shores of the Red Sea as Formula One returns to Jeddah for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix.
What a race. What a finish. Normal service is resumed eventually with Seb getting the win. But it's Paul di Resta in second in the Mercedes. Nico Hülkenberg up 10 places thanks to a fortunately timed for him safety car. Not so good for Sauber given that they lost one of their cars to get the other one up there. But up 10 places to take the final step on the podium. What a drive for Nico Hülkenberg. Lewis Hamilton is fourth. Schumacher into fifth place at the end. Oh, yes, you're right. Sorry, it was Sauber who had Gutierrez and Hülkenberg. Who was it who was alongside? It was Sutil, wasn't it? It was Sutil and di Resta at Force India. My mistake. Schumacher up to P5, 10 points. That's a good start there. We beat Rosberg and Alonso. Alonso's tyres popping at the very end there. On the, I think, coming out of the final turn, they punctured. And then it was Sutil and Senna in 8th and 9th. Both Lotuses coming home in the points. And Jensen up 8 places to steal a point at the end. What could he have achieved had he started from a position similar to Schumacher today? Who knows? Who knows? Seb got the fastest lap with a mighty 1:16.9. Closest was a 1:17.4, I think. Yeah, 1:17.4 was the closest. So half a second clear in terms of fastest lap pace. Maldonado started so strong and then just slipped and slipped and slipped and ended up 9 places down and out of the points in P11. Ricciardo in 12th, almost got him as well. Then it was Raikkonen in 13th. How he must be regretting his move to Force India. That car does not have the pace of the Lotus, although Lotus definitely doesn't look the car it was last year either. Esteban Gutierrez in 14th, Valtteri 15th. Williams are struggling a little bit, but they will have a good amount of testing time this year, so let's see if they can pull themselves up a bit. Jaime Alguersuari on his debut moves to P16, but down 5 places from where he qualified. Perez in 17th, 18th for Marcus Ericsson, 19th for Jean-Eric Vergne, and 20th for Robert Wickens, who damaged his underfloor on the very opening lap. And then 2 retirements. Jules Bianchi once again retiring from a Grand Prix. That's something that happened too much last year. And Romain Grosjean retiring in spectacular fashion, which brought out that safety car and allowed Nico Hülkenberg a cheap pit stop, which ultimately got him a podium. So in the driver standings, it's as we've just gone through. Those are your 10-point scorers. In the constructor standings, it's Mercedes top with 30 points, Red Bull second with 25, Sauber third with 15, then Ferrari with 14, 11 points for McLaren, we're in P5, and Lotus P6 with 6 points. Then it's Toro Rosso, Force India, Williams, Caterham, and Marussia. Let's see how we did in the pit stops. We had a really good stop, but it looks like a few other teams did as well. It was still good enough for the quickest stop of the day. No sign of our second car, though. I think Schumacher's best stop was a 2.5. 2.508 and then a 2.568. So not close enough, about half the 10th away. But we got the fastest stop of the opening Grand Prix. That's good. And then it was Red Bull, Lotus, Sauber, Toro Rosso, Red Bull again, Caterham in 7th, the 2 Mercedes of di Resta and Hamilton 8th and 9th, Raikkonen getting 10th for Force India, So at the top, it is Red Bull with 26 points. We are second with 25. Lotus third with 15. Sauber with 12. Toro Rosso with 10. 6 points apiece for Caterham and Mercedes. And a point for Force India. Then it's Williams, Marussia, and Ferrari are bottom of those standings. Both drivers hit our targets as well. We get the full amount, 1.3 mil, to add to our bank balance. Let's head back to HQ and take a breath, I suppose. Okay. Nicholas Hennell has gone up by a rating point to 89 overall. I got 1.6 mil in the bank. When do I get my rear wing? Because we've got 3 weeks until Jeddah. It's actually supposed to be Malaysia, but of course we can't put Malaysia in the game. So that is our stand-in circuit. I have gone ahead and matched the lineup as best I can. And I've also put in the weather that we actually had on those Grand Prix as well. Can't remember what it is now because I did it at like 6 o'clock this morning when I was very tired. So I don't remember exactly what the weather is at each of these circuits, but I'll show you the calendar because we haven't actually gone through that yet, have we? So we've got our Malaysian stand-in here, Jeddah. Then we've got Bahrain, China, Barcelona, Monaco, Canada, Austria, Silverstone, and then I put Mexico in as a stand-in for Hockenheim because at least it does kind of look a little Hockenheimish in places. It's got that that sort of long straight into chicane kind of thing that we had at Hockenheim. It's got the baseball stadium at the end, which kind of represented the stadium of Hockenheim. So yeah, I went with that one. It's not the closest representation, but I mean it's good enough, I think. So after Hockenheim, we go to Hungary, then Spa, Monza, Singapore, Suzuka. Miami is the stand-in for Sochi. This was the very first Sochi Grand Prix in 2014. And a bit of a drab, soulless circuit with a lot of blue on the side of it. Seemed like the perfect race to substitute for a drab, soulless circuit with a lot of blue on it. So, yeah, there we go. Miami is our stand-in for Sochi. Then it's Kota, Sao Paulo, and season finale at Abu Dhabi. So just a couple of stand-ins there. One here, and then stand-in for Hockenheim just here. And then our stand-in tomorrow for Malaysia. 3 stand-in races this year. Right, into the inbox. Post-race data. Everything came through unscathed. Our expected finish was 11th. We finished 5th. That's a great start. Great start to the season. And we expected finish was 12th, and we finished 10th. So that's excellent. I think these expected finishes are based on the car rather than where we actually qualify. So, yeah. I think that would have been 12th, or whether we'd started in P10 and finished 18th, or whether we'd started 18th like we did and finished 10th. I think that would have been an expected finish of 12th regardless. Likewise here, I think our expected finish was 11th. Regardless whether we started where we did in 8th, or whether we started from 18th like Jensen did. I think it would have been 11th. Let's check in with the boards. Board targets this year. are to finish third in the constructors' standings and to score 6 podiums this year, or podiums at 6 different races. They were disappointed with Melbourne. Really? Really? My God. Are we going to be fighting to keep our job again this year? I don't know. I thought they'd have at least been satisfied with that. You know, a P5 in the opening Grand Prix. But apparently not. Okay. What else is in our inbox that we didn't tick on? Is it the survey? Lots of happiness, but a lot of people very unhappy with the car. No surprise there. Let's take a look at what's going on here. Got nothing going through at the moment. We have got the new ATR. Don't have enough to do an intense part. When do we get our first pay packet through? Shouldn't take too long. I'm making sure we're not going to do what we did in the Aston Martin playthrough and just completely miss using this ATR period. So let's have a look. Money comes through in a couple of weeks, and then we'll have a month to use that ATR. We'll have 4 weeks to use it before it's gone, or just under 4 weeks. So we'll definitely get a new project in on the next Grand Prix. But for now, I think I'm just going to call it a day here. Yeah, we're going to call it a day here. You know, on a high note after a fantastic race. A lot of action all the way through. A lot of good fighting up and down the grid. Some excellent moves. Really loving the change that the updated version of Realistic Racing has made to that high-speed chicane halfway through the double DRS zone on the back half of the circuit. We saw some fantastic overtakes and some fantastic defences through that corner today. And that certainly helped both our drivers move their way through the order a little bit. So, yeah, let's see if there are any other surprises in store as the season progresses. So that's it from me. I hope you've enjoyed today's race. If you have and you haven't already done so, then give us a thumbs up. It would be much, much appreciated. Don't forget to share this video amongst your friends. Get the word out. Let's keep some people finding this channel and joining us here on these live streams for some fun. I'll be back at the usual time tomorrow, 8 p.m. for round 2, when we go to our Malaysia stand-in in Saudi Arabia. Until then, you know, hit that subscribe button, hit that bell for notifications, and I will see you all again with some more F1 Manager very soon.